All right. Let's see. All right. Well, good evening, guys. Welcome to session number 24. Today is November 21st, 2024. Weather has been rather chilly and a bit cold, actually. Yeah, even though we're approaching winter, it is kind of raining and a bit chilly out there, but I wouldn't consider it winter just yet. So, welcome, welcome. After my month-long delay from my last session, I'm finally back here again. So previously, in the previous session, a month ago, I did a makeup session where I was mostly just catching up on a lot of sketches and illustrations I haven't been able to finish for some time. And well, it has been somewhat successful. Unfortunately, I had to cut that session a little short because I had to do something else. But that's in the past, so that's what happened previously. Before I go any, let's see. Now for today's session, it's just simply something for me to slowly get back to and slowly get the flow of the whole thing. Don't expect anything like too crazy or groundbreaking at this time. Just simply, just me just drawing and finishing up this character. Simple as that. Just note that there may be some slight delays. There might be some connection issues here and there. So that's just something to keep in mind. But if it does happen, I'll try my best to fix it. I might know the issue to those. But before I say anything else, I'll do the usual first greetings and the first messages that came in. So I'd like to see. So we got Hikari Grayson, Carmen Chameleon 425, and Theodore Maximilian. Thank you three for some by at this time. And let's see the messages. Hello, hi Hikari. Hey Theodore. Therapy or art, a bit of both. And let's see. Hello, homie. I had a great joy within me when it came across. I was oh. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, I would. Okay, so that last one's a bot. So just keep in mind. Uh, yeah, I'm fully aware. Yeah, the moment I read the second half, I realized it's a little bot, but that's besides that. Okay, that's the first messages. When it comes to updates and things that's been happening, I'll just say that I finally got my new PC, and it's an Alienware R16 desktop. I've always been wanting my own computer desktop for some time. I'll explain more later on, but yeah, new computer. I had to set everything up from the OBS and everything. It did take some time, some troubleshooting, but here we are. That's that. Now, when it comes to any sort of future updates and some of that, uh, I'm going to try best to do more live sessions, but there's a chance that I may have to delay once more after this because some other events will be happening. But I'll try to get back to scheduling and making like posts on when they'll be happening. So that's something to keep in mind. Okay, I think I talked enough. We'll get started on the whole thing. So here in these live sessions, I would draw for 1 hour. We'll do a 15-minute break, and for 16 minutes, I call rounds, and again, 15-minute break, and I'll keep on repeating until I feel like I have enough. So that's simple as that. Now for today, today's plan is I want to finalize the design of the character, like finalize the details, get everything all sorted out, and I want to at least have the character, the line art completed, like refined, colorized, and maybe some basic shading. So that's the goal for today. All right. With that being said, I think I said enough. So let's get started. So we'll start the timer, and all right, let's go. All right. For the first hour is Hello Theodore. So for the first hour, I want to try and at least clean up some elements. Just try to just trying to think of ways of how to improve this in general. I feel like so far the sketch is getting there, but okay, I see some problems. Yeah, I just want to. So right now at this hour, I just want to try and refine the sketch the best of my abilities, so that way, once I finally get to the once I get to finalizing the line art of the character, I will at least feel satisfied with the whole design itself. Because the last thing I want is to rush myself, and later on down the line, I will end up having a line or a certain curve that I don't just feel satisfied. So I want to make sure that thing is eliminated and cleaned up before I do all that. Is it excessive? Yes, it is. But I prefer to have it perfect and clean and at least professional looking, rather than throwing in another, just rather than having like a rushed piece. That's kind of the goal I have with this stuff. Let's see. I feel like the proportions of the feet and everything is correct, so I won't touch too much in those, but I do want to slightly exaggerate just a bit. Let's see. Yeah, I want to slim down this part much as I can. But yeah, while this, sorry, while this is happening, I might as well just talk about the PC that I had. So for a while, I've been borrowing a family member's desktop PC for some time. It was the Lenovo Idea Center. It was like a 10-year-old desktop, and it worked well. We managed, for some reason, I've been able to get Windows 11 to work on that PC itself. And with that machine itself, that's how I've been able to do a lot of my early illustrations to all my pieces here and there, and that's how I did my first live sessions, which was on that desktop itself. It's funny, like I went from multiple devices till I get to the one I was the most happy with. I began with a Sony Vaio laptop from my previous venture. Then I moved on to an iMac, and I used it for some time, and it worked well. I was quite happy with how it looked and how everything run. But eventually kind of need more power, and the iMac was kind of struggling, so that's when I end up resorting to borrowing the desktop PC because the fellow member that was using that thing, he he has to uh, he has to leave for service, and um, I end up just simply taking it. Simple as that. And for a while, I've been heavily using that machine to its maximum capacity. I've actually used it for live sessions, illustrations, graphic design, video editing, motion, even like some 3D productions here and there. I was quite happy with the machine, but I knew that one of these days, I'm not sure when, but I know that my family member will want his machine back. So I figured if I'm going to use it all the time, might as well just start having one for myself, and if and better, have a machine that can actually do more. Because I've been loving that machine for some time. However, I have been noticing some slight difficulties with certain projects. So I felt like it was the best time to do it. And I knew that it was a machine worth, it was like an investment worth having because I have been doing a lot of production under Akokiku, so might as well just do it. And I did. It wasn't going to happen like that soon, like it just happened, but hey, it all worked out, so that I'm quite happy about. But yeah, pretty soon, once I finish up this queue of sketches and stuff, I do want to. Um, hey, Akari, also glad it worked for you. I go. Thank you, Theodore. I really appreciate it. Pat. Yeah, I figured just playing something soft at this time. I feel like I know Theodore, but I can't remember where. Honestly, it's my first. Actually, I don't know what you mean by that, but I had a laptop for a long time that had a hard time doing simple tasks. X33, upgrading myself for to a better PC, and it's harder made everything better. Also, the, you saw that there's the arcane emotes, default Twitch. Same maybe on the server. Ah, okay. Yeah, that's the thing with hardware. It's like the day when you first get the machine itself, whether it's like a all-in-one or a laptop, it's like the best thing ever. But after all of the operating system updates and when you're introduced with newer formats, like we went from 1080 to 4K, and eventually you work on more intense projects, you realize that you might need something more powerful. Originally, I was actually considering getting like a Mac Studio or a Mac Pro because I have been working with Apple products for a good amount of time, both professionally and personally. So I thought that that would have been the path to take. However, I would still maybe take that path, but the production that I do, which is eventually I want to do more like 3D animations and like 3D films, while I could do it on on the Mac, I want that more versatility and also have more access to unique softwares, because some of the productions I'll be doing may have softwares that only Windows have. So I need that sort of like accessibility and also the ability to actually troubleshoot and um, get in there and fix it when a problem arises. With Macs, I mean, yeah, you could do it, but their systems is made to just do one thing. Like, you don't have much room or ability to actually change the software or do anything with it. It's like you get what you get, and that's it. That's all what it is. So I think I was kind of hesitant to getting back to Windows because honestly, I was kind of like really not thrilled with Windows. I wasn't really thrilled by Windows attitude, especially with Windows 10 with the forced updates to the ads. Like, I wasn't even considering doing that. Like, I was considering building my own PC and just install Linux. Like, that was kind of the original path, but unfortunately, I need Adobe, so that's something I got to think about. Well, for now, and some softwares I do need Windows for. So unfortunately, I had to bite the bullet and just get Windows as is. And I mean, I managed to I did manage to get it to work under my preference. I've been able to get into the operating system and change some things, so it is a lot more tolerable. I mean, you can make Windows never update. I mean, now you can. I mean, thankfully, you now have the ability to not allow updates as before. Like, in Windows 8 and 10, it is notorious for forced updates. Like, they will actually shut down your computer and update for you, even if you're rendering. So that's quite that was a very dark time, and that was kind of the thing that led me to switch to Mac. Is because of that. Like, I want more control on my machine. I don't want Windows to just simply pull me out of my 11-hour work session and just do an update and corrupting my files. So, I mean, there's that. A lot of people stayed with Windows XP's. Yeah, people still use those legacy softwares, and I mean, power to them. But hopefully, they don't open up the wrong website because they're asking for trouble. Let's see. Whoops. Yeah, so what I'm doing is I'm slightly exaggerating the hands and the feet, just so it's like just so the proportion is just a lot more um aesthetically pleasing. Until the 10 got some updates. I mean, 10 is still like supported for now, but eventually they will cut ties with. They will severe support of Windows 10 pretty soon, so they only have enough time before they switch to a Windows 11. It's kind of weird. Like, a while back, Microsoft said that Windows 10 would be the last ever Windows they ever make, but apparently they don't keep their promises. Yeah, I haven't forgotten what they said, so just that. I mean, thankfully, right now this sketch is doing pretty decently. I met yesterday. I was a bit of like, it's been a while since the last drew thing, so I was kind of pressured and kind of worried at first, thinking that I would lose my touch. The first like 45 minutes, I was kind of struggling a bit, but eventually I just kind of calmed down and hey, here he is. So yeah, yeah, I feel like yeah, right now it looks like everything is properly shaped up. So with that, let's see. I mean, this may be excessive, but I would like to. I mean, for now, I just want to at least clean these parts up to the best of my abilities. Okay, let's try and have at least the stool at least look like a stool. Just want to clean this up as much as I can. Let's see how does it do it? Okay, so kind of like that. So let's have some slight creases to simulate. You can stay in Windows 10 until next year, I think. They can extend the securities then, but you need to pay monthly. Um, well, I mean, that's great that they're at least trying their best to keep it alive in some way, but paying for subscription and that, usually I'm not a fan of those. But if it means for people to still stick around with Windows in some way, I guess it might be fine. I'm guessing some third party will come in and make their own like security software, so people um, don't have to upgrade to Windows 11. Because I know with Windows 11 is kind. From what I heard, I know with one thing they're kind of notorious with their like their account thing, where you need a Microsoft account with to actually utilize Windows 11. I let's see, just want to make sure this is correct. I'm gonna try out something. May not work, but I prefer to try it. Just want to spread this out and hang on. There we go. That now it has more room. Yeah, I mean, usually I'm not a big fan when it comes to subscriptions and those, but I mean, again, like if it means that they don't have to just switch over to Windows 11 and spend that much money, I guess it might be fine. Because I know Windows 11 is kind of notorious. Like if you don't have the Pro, you're forced to have a Microsoft account with Windows 11, and you need an internet connection to actually use the set to actually install it. So if you don't have an internet connection, then you're done. Yeah, a lot of people don't like Windows 11 because a lot of old pieces of software don't have the TPM 2.0 like Windows 11 right now. It can be very buggy. Yeah, exactly. Like I can tell you that I did try to install Windows 11 with my old Sony Vaio. I love that laptop, but with Windows 10, it works fine. Like, I've been able to do the basic things on that system, no problem. But the moment I install Windows 11 on my Vaio, that's when it became like slideshow city. It's like it's trying, really trying, and I could tell the poor thing was struggling from it. So I love that machine, but unfortunately, um, yeah, it was quite an experience. I guess it's kind of one of the things that led me to not wanting Windows 11 is because of that. Like, I don't want my machines to become like paperweights because of that. So that's why I tried to work with Linux for a while. And I mean, I did somewhat succeed because I've been running Ubuntu. I've been using Ubuntu for some time, and I've been able to get it to work quite okay. But like I said, eventually there are some softwares I do need. So unfortunately, I had to crawl myself back to Windows. But one of these days, I might get back to Linux. I mean, I do have SteamOS, which I've been using for some time. Not sure if that counts, but hey, I mean, we gotta start somewhere. I would say I would love to get myself another Vaio sometime in the future. Like, I'm debating, like, I have a MacBook and I've been using it for mostly production, but eventually I do want to get like a proper Windows laptop. I'm debating if I should get an Alienware or a Vaio, but it really depends like what I'll do when I'm out there, because I know that I will not going to be doing like heavy production on my machine on the go, because I don't have like remote jobs or something like that. I don't know. Like, I prefer to simply be in that position where I prefer to be in a position where I'm in a project and it makes me feel like I need to have that situation. I need to have a device in that situation, rather than just imagining it and then get the device and never using it. What I'm trying to say is I prefer to simply know that I need the device rather than wishing that I need the device. That way I don't spend money on things I don't want, I don't need. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's just recently I've actually been considering getting myself a new camera, um, a 360 camera, so I can actually go out in the fields and actually grab some 360 videos of interiors of like malls to markets and use that as like a reference. So when I actually start doing 3D modeling and utilizing game engines, I can actually use those 360 videos to actually do said thing. However, it's a nice idea at first, but I prefer to actually start working on 3D productions before actually doing it. So it's tempting, like I want it, but first I got to do it, and then make the investment. I tend to repeat myself and over explain stuff, so I apologize for that. I try not to, but it happens. Yeah, be prefer first be prefer first series Inosuke XD. Thank you, Theodore Maximilian. I appreciate it. Um, semicolon D. I think that's how the cool kid said it. Oh wow, we're like halfway in for on round 1. So I figured using this time to start adding details on the garment and some other bits. So let's see what I can do. I wonder how common 3D references are that you case off when doing 3D. I'm not sure what you mean by the second part, but 3D references, I would say now it's actually gotten a lot more resourceful online than it was before. Because back in 2014 and 17, back in 2014 to 17 when I was learning how to do 3D productions and for classes, getting like some sort of references of 3D stuff has been rather limited. And in some cases they are locked behind like a paywall that you have to do. And at the time I didn't have the fun to do them, so it's like, damn, what can I do? Um, Now, I mean, it's a lot more feasible, but I feel like it's still like a bit of a problem where on some cases, if you want to access like say blueprints or schematics of like a set device, some you may get lucky and you'll actually get the thing you want, and actually you can start making the model of it. But in other times it's like locked behind a paywall and you got to do like all that stuff. How come that you based off what? Hmm. What I tend to do in my early days was I tended to, if there's a prop in something that I really want to eventually do 3D of, I will just grab my phone and just take some quick photos of the prop itself and just store it on my hard drive. Right now on my hard drive I have like a bunch of props and furnitures and stuff that I do want to eventually um, start making 3D models of. It's just I haven't got to there yet. I have been using some of my archive stuff on as references on backgrounds for my illustrations, so those I have actually been using. Um, some of the earlier illustrations I've actually used pictures I took from 2019 to 18, and they have actually worked out pretty well. So that's kind of the thing I'll be doing more of. Like every time I'm out to like a very unique place, I would take much photos I can in different angles and positions. So when the day comes and start making illustrations, I have it ready and I can start doing it. I just like to grab as much. I like to over take much photos as I can. Sorry for the dumb. I swear. Don't worry. There's no dumb questions here. Don't worry about it. Yeah. Don't feel bad. Um, hopefully I did. Hopefully I did answer your question. Hey, that's good to hear. But yeah, as I said, I have a tendency to over take much more photos than I usually do. Like for example, one day, like say for example, um, last year I was in Las Vegas, and during that time I was traveling solo. During that time, I happened to explore the whole city, um, and I really did enjoy the place. But what I also tend to do is I will take like a ton of photos of like landscapes to roads, buildings, walls, like all that stuff, because I knew that one of these days I will start making illustrations, and using those photos would actually help on those pieces. And in the end, I ended up taking like 1,000 photos. Not as much as I hope, but I did take a good amount, especially in museums. Like I love like gathering as much information on those to be used later on down the line. So that's why this is kind of referring back to the whole 360 cam, because I love to take references photos. And lately there has been this technology on the whole 3D production world where you can actually take a ton of photos of existing items and let the software this is use a very special software to stitch it together and create a unique 3D model using those photos themselves. So one of these days I do want to play around with that idea, and if it works out well, then I might actually use those to create models for my productions. Because yes, I am considering making like short animations here and there, and yes, I am considering doing VR chat. I used to do a lot of VR chats in 2019 to 20. I think I did a lot of VR chats in 2020. No, 2019 to 21. I think. I can't remember when, but back then I used to have the MetaQuest 2, and I would spend hours and hours and hours on VR chat. I did do a lot of it. Um, I think I have some photos I can share, but I don't have them at my position as of now. But maybe in my server I would do it. One thing I also like to do when it comes to garments is I like to emphasize a lot in stitching with garments, because I feel like people when they make clothing on illustrations, they tend to overlook those or they don't bother. But with I just like to put as much respect with the garments as well with the character itself, because even the garments with certain details and stitching and the construction of the garment itself, it can really show off a lot of character of said person itself, whether it's like graphics to construction, cleanliness, size, like all that stuff. So that's why I like to emphasize a lot on that part. So I figured, considering he has a polo, I do want to keep it like tidy, but also kind of playful and a bit like oversizey. Um, Not sure if I did a good job in that part, but yeah. Me too. Lots of lettuce. I have to make my garments better, to be honest. I had some back then, but I'm trying to improve my background and anatomy at the moment. You did a great job. Thank you, Theodore. Yeah, backgrounds is still tricky. I mean, to me, even to this day, I will tell you, in my earlier days, I did happen to too heavily based on photos that I took and work with those. I had tried using references on photos I found, backgrounds I found online, and trying drawing those, and they did okay. But now I have this new procedure of how to make backgrounds in itself. It is a bit a little unorthodoxy, but in my defense, when it comes to backgrounds, if it's a photo that I took myself and it's a location that I've been in, then I feel like I have every right to do whatever I want with it. If I have to like heavily reference it on, or do other means that people may find unorthodox. If you know what I'm talking about, then you know what I'm talking about. But it's just, I know people may consider that method cheating, but in my defense, if it's a photo that I took and I have to be the one responsible on coloring, shading, and making sure that it fits with the character itself and the lighting and everything, then I feel like I'm justified to do it, because even then I still have to put the work on actually drawing the background to it. But yeah, with anatomy, it is also a challenge in itself. I can explain more during break time on that part, because I can show you the references of how this whole thing was made, but I'll show you in a moment, like after 22 minutes. Well, they say that I don't want to name names. I think it's okay, but I don't want to like cause any sort of like problems with people. But there is an artist that I really have been adoring for 10 years. Honestly, not cheating for me. You and exactly, you're still putting all the work. References aren't cheating at all. Good night, Hikari. I appreciate for stopping by. But yeah, there is this one artist I really love. I can't name the name here, but the only hint I can give you is he is a very big fan with fighting games, and he used to draw like a lot of boyos without shoes in his earlier days. If you know who I'm talking about, then you know. But I have been adoring this artist for a long, long time. And I remember I used to talk to him in Skype days at that time, but unfortunately I didn't have the skills then. But when I began my venture as Kiku, my earlier sketches and stuff, my characters, the silhouettes of my characters are heavily based on that artist's silhouette. And one of the characters that I can explain a bit is Oswald Cullen. From him, it was based on one of the artist's one-off designs he made back in 2014. So at first, I appropriated that design itself, and then the more I did the character, like I drew it based on his style, I eventually developed and evolved the design more. So now I've been able to modify and add some things that I did under my liking, like different eye style to more detailed clothing. Maybe the head shape might be different, body proportion might be different. So I did a lot of that, and eventually it just evolved. So at first I did appropriate an artist style on character silhouette, but eventually I've been able to make it my own. So that's how I've been able to get away with it. I still do it to this day. Like I still appropriate other people's artists, like other people's like silhouettes, whether it's like very chibi, like boyo, like uwu style, to more of like serious, like teenage silhouette on that regard. But every time I do it, eventually I would develop things that I like and want to add in, so it ends up becoming my thing. So that's how I've been able to do that part. Backgrounds is still a challenge for me, and to this day I'm still learning new methods of how to do it. But I feel like I'm slowly getting better, but I do want to improve a little bit more, and there's still like I'm still like experimenting new ways of how to create references for characters and poses and stuff, because I can tell you that right now I still struggle when it comes to references, like finding references and actually drawing them using based on the character silhouette, because what I can tell you is that translating the limbs and body shape from an adult to a chibi boyo can be challenging because the limbs and even the size of the character does not match or cannot be possible based on an adult body. So it's a bit challenging, but I've been able to make it work in some way. Like this one, for example. I can show you the reference soon, but yeah, it can be quite challenging. I will say this one extra thing. This is like a little bit irrelevant, but I figured might as well just say it anyway because I don't think I'll have another opportunity to just talk about this. When it comes to originality and people fearing that they might be ripping off said person, um, I remember watch That's Good to Hear, and I agree with translating an IRL, let's say teenage body to a cute chibi boyo X3. Yeah, again, I can tell you like it is still challenging to me, but I have recently, like today, when I was at my shift, I thought of like a new way of how to create references on illustrations, and hopefully this works out. I will I may tease about this, but in my next Aiku Kiku drawing featuring my character Aiku Kiku, I'm gonna try the new method and just see how well that works. And if it does, I'm gonna be continuing on my future illustrations using that method. The method what I'm talking about is I used to do like a lot of social maker before becoming a Kukiku. I used to do like a lot of Splatoon social maker renders, and I got like the basics, like understanding like the ins and out of the software and like all that stuff. So my idea is taking the silhouettes of either Ninjala or the Splatoon Inklings and use those as the body references and do the pose, render it, and start drawing based on the silhouette because the shape and the body style of the character is there. I just have to just all I have to do is just add in my traits of my character and just go with that. Hopefully it works, but there's a chance they may not. But it's always good to just try it out and see how it goes rather than constantly thinking about it and contemplate it. Oh yeah, I'll just in case you're wondering, the so in case people are out there wondering the soundtrack when it comes to these last sessions, so track one is actually Aphex Twins selected track. So I'll just type it down just so if you ever want to hear them back, you can. Yeah. It's a mixtape, so if you just type that, you might is the if you type on YouTube and type that, if you find the one that has like a bunch of numbers, that's the one. So that's if you want to go back and hear for yourself. Yeah, I try my best to keep the soundtracks on my sessions interesting and something I do want to listen to, because I don't want to be like just another one of those like like those streamers that just simply play the most generic tracks you can find on YouTube and just deal with that. Like I feel like people treat that as an afterthought, and I don't want that. Like I want to actually have something that best represents like Okiku and something that I actually do actively listen to. So hopefully people find that enjoyable, because yeah. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it, Theodore. I really do. Um, I would say in round two, once we get to the actual line art, I'm going to be switching tracks, something a little more exciting. So keep a lookout. So stay tuned for that. Let's see. For 11 minutes, honestly, I can't think of anything that can really add to this. It's like I feel like I got everything I need, but we'll keep pushing because. Oh, there's something I was about to say before I dozed off. Um, that's I was talking about the whole like appropriating character silhouettes and then making your own. So I want to talk about this before I forget. So, well back, I was like watching a video on YouTube called like it was a guy who was going over all the softwares that Aphex Twin used when he made his music during his career, and the amount of softwares he has used is actually very interesting and very experimental. Like I was surprised like how many softwares there exists out there that uses very unique settings, and in the way that kind of helped me on open my eyes a bit and realize that there's more out there for me to actually make videos and make stuff and have a good time. But in that video, there's a YouTube comment I remember seeing. I forgot the name of it, but I remember the comment saying that, by quote, Brian Eno said once, "In order to be original, make something that is so convoluted and so like in a way like batshit insane that nobody dares want to replicate it." And I feel like in a way it kind of makes sense. It's like when you end up doing something that only you can do, and something that if you end up creating like a unique methodology and procedure that is unique to you, that nobody can dares to replicate or do, then I feel like that marks you as original or unique in a way. So I guess I can say the way I design, the way I illustrate clothing, lighting, the tone, like I feel like most people. This is not to bash people or anything. This is just more like comparison, just to show like to at least visualize the whole thing. Technically, yes. In this group that I guess I'm technically in, most people like to draw like very wholesome and very colorful and cartoony kind of aesthetic, and that's fine. Like that's what people do. But I like to go for more of like a realist, like more of like I do like to keep the cartoon silhouette, but have more of a realistic tone with like more like more realistic lighting, more detailed clothing, more like realistic props. Like that's kind of the approach I like to do. I love to do, and I feel like it's something people hasn't done or done. Like I feel like that's something people haven't done. So in a way, I feel like I have created like a new avenue when it comes to producing illustrations in that avenue. Maybe there might be someone who did it and I wasn't aware of it, but I feel like that's what they mean by originality. Like, yeah, you can't start out like as like a ripoff or appropriating or heavily being inspired by someone, but eventually you'll find things that you like on yourself. Like, for example, I love the whole like 2010 era when it comes to technology. I love electronic music. I love PS2, like the first person shooter games like Call of Duty, Black, Killzone. Those were my time. So I end up just implementing them on my stuff, and that's how we are right now. Of course, I still have a long way to go, and I'm always learning and trying out new things. But it's still good to. I still find it good. Like, again, we all have to start somewhere, and I made my time. I made my market first. I love sad stuff, which makes my boy sad stuff. Oh, hopefully I don't make you too sad. I mean, in a way, I can't help it because that's something I want to do. That's kind of like how my mind goes. But if your boy is sad, then I'll give him a cookie, and hopefully that cheers him up. Either give him like a cookie or maybe no, actually I'm giving them a McFlurry, Oreo McFlurry. Hopefully they like that. Everyone likes McFlurries. Damn, now I want a McFlurry. He'll be in heaven getting one. Yeah, like the first couple of sips, he'll be like in your boy will be in Nirvana, like the from all the sugar and all that. Yeah, it's like evening Aiko. It's been a long time. Oh, hey Banner Ed, nice to see you. Yeah, it has been quite a while. Yeah, I apologize for the long delay, like the long gap between my last session. I guess I could talk about it during break. So, but what I can tell you now is I was actually in Orlando for the week, so that's why I've been rather absent for a bit. And I also had some technical issues the week before, but I'll explain more soon. But yeah, yeah. Actually, now I'm very curious. Theodore, when you get a chance, feel free to DM me your boyos, because I like to see who they are. Aw, okay. Well, whenever you're ready, feel free. Um, Here, let me do this. There you go. I'm gonna tease you with this. A cookie. Oh, appropriate timing with this track. Yeah, you want the cookie? You want the cookie? All right, enough silliness. I'm not sure how much I can say this, but I used to be in a VR chat. I used to go around like a bunch of worlds. I used to do like a lot of avatar hunting, and I found the best ones. But one of the worlds that I've been in VR chat was, let's just say in a, it's nothing explicit. It's a very unique how do I say it? It's similar to the server. It's kind of it's a very similar server like the one you're in. If you know what I'm talking about. But what I'll say is I remember going there a lot, and I like to say it's very wholesome. Let's say that. Maybe I might have we may have to talk more through DMs on that. But don't worry, it's not explicit. It's just I just want to be careful with my words because yeah, I just don't want to reveal too much in that. All right, 32 seconds. I mean, it is what I mean. I kind of did what I need to do. Like I feel like I got everything I need on this illustration, so I feel like I'm ready to take this to finalizing and get this done. Because I mean, what else I can really add, honestly? I mean, I could add some creases and maybe some details of the jeans, but honestly, it's kind of like a little unneeded. It's too thank you. All right, that's the end of round one. This is just refining the sketch of the character, and yeah, I feel like I kind of did what I needed to do. Like all I did was just fix up the I just fixed up the silhouette a bit. So let me just pull this up. So let's see, sketches, Max Heart. So this is before. So this is before and after. So all I did was I just added like some slight details, and I fixed up like the proportions of the hand and feet. That's pretty much all I did, and I just cleaned up a bit of the details to make it a little more presentable. So that's what we have for now. For next round, I'm going to take care. We're going to begin on creating the fine line art of the whole character, and hopefully for round 3, we can get to coloring. But for now, we'll just take a quick break, and yeah. So this is the end of round 1. So to begin, I'll do the quick shout outs to the people who are still sticking by. So let's see. We got Intrusive Bannerant and Theodora Maximilian. Thank you two for still sticking around. Yeah, just need to stretch a bit. Yeah, my goal for this illustration is I want to try and complete this before end of day Friday or Saturday, because let's just say have someone coming over, and it's going to be a good 2 weeks with him. So I'm not sure how available I will be live, but I want to at least have something. I want to at least be more present now, so in case the inevitable happens, at least I did something. But yeah, during break time, you're free to ask any questions or things you're a little concerned of, or just something you want to know. Feel free to. Of course, just don't ask something too personal. That's all I have to say. I wish I had my webcam on, or at least my webcam all set up. But I just bought this new mug from Tesla. It's the Cyberstein. Oh, sorry that. I just bought this new mug, the Cyberstein, and it's the most unusual shaped mug I've ever seen, but it's the most unique and the most fun design that I've actually have ever owned, and I'm glad to actually buy it. Bit of a pain to clean, but still, I'd say it's very worth it. Just for just for the design itself, like it just screams like I just love it. Yeah, that's something with me. It's like when it comes to things I own, whether it's like both professionally and also just based like just everyday trivial stuff. At the very least, I just want to have something or work with something that I know will be very fun and something that I know will actually enjoy. It's like one thing I like to do, one thing I want to try to do is, I guess one way to help me keep motivated and making sure I do like set tasks, whether it's like mundane, like housework or even like professionally, is to own equipment that I love to work with or actually enjoy the overall aesthetic of it. Because that encourages me to actually do the thing as is. Because, I mean, I could just go out to like Walmart or, I don't know, like some discount shop and just buy like the cheapest microwave or vacuum cleaner and call it a day. I could do that, but I'll I'll just end up being discouraged from actually doing the task or just not doing it altogether because it looks or sounds really mundane. But if I own like a very unique piece or something that looks really cool and kind of a little fun, then that actually encourages me to actually go like actually do the task and actually take good care of it. I know it's a very weird way of thinking or doing things, but that's kind of how it encourages. But that's how it encourages me to actually do and go out and do stuff. Hopefully this makes sense. But yeah, I figured I might as well talk about. Okay, so I'm not the one. So it's good to know that even I'm not the only guy who thinks about that. This is why I don't like getting told what to do. I mean, it's just that it's like nobody likes being told what to do, especially when if it's a task that they don't like or care about. It's like I have to be encouraged. I have to actually care or like the idea of what I do. Even if it's a task that I know I'll be bored or don't want to do, if it's a tool or a device that is at least something I like, then I'll just push through it. Like, imagine, I guess the best way to explain to it is like, yeah, nobody likes filing taxes. Nobody likes them because they're boring and people get bored of them and it's kind of like a pain. But if I file my taxes on like a very fancy, like if I file my taxes on a late gaming Alienware laptop with lots of LED lights, then I could actually just do it. I don't know if I'm making myself like maybe it's a very dumb analogy, but that's what I mean. It's like find something to keep you at least entertained, or at least make you at least find it enjoyable in ways, and that's how you're able to get through things. Hopefully this makes more sense. But all right, that's besides that. I figured with the time. Okay, so I'll show you a bit of the behind the scenes of the whole production. So here, this is a freeware software I use called PureRef, and this is how I've been able to do my references. So I have 3 monitors. One monitor, right face front, is the PureRef monitor, which is this. The one below is my Wacom tablet. That's how I'll be able to do my illustrations. And my monitor on the right, that's my preview monitor to actually see all of my stuff. So this is like, all this is just one full monitor. And I've been able to come in and actually get full detail. So the character that I'm doing is Max Hart. This is designed by DEMONDRA. This is actually an art trade for DEMONDRA, because he drew my character a while back. Let me just see. Okay, yeah. So there we go. So he drew this for me. This is my character, Oswald Cullen, and he drew it in his style. So that's Oswald, and yeah, it's actually very cute. So I figured to return the favor, I might as well just draw his character. I drew his character, so that's what it looks like. That's his stats and everything. So I tried to look at other people's examples and see how they did it, from this guy to this guy. And when it comes to silhouettes, I tried to find an artist that I like the silhouette the most, and based on that lately, but of course heavily modified, so it makes sense. But when it comes to poses, I went a little overboard with poses. Like I tried to look left or right and just see which pose will actually fit the most of this character. So I went from from basically standing up to sitting down. Like I kind of went I was really debating what the character's personality, and just see what exactly will this character, what pose would fit the character the most. And funnily enough, this actually kind of fits in a way. So that's how. Yeah, that's how it worked. That's how it all came to be. Of course, I just went some extra details, and I tried to get looking at other pieces, like the polos to jeans, just making sure that the stitches and zippers, want to actually establish those in the illustration as much as I can. But that's the references I use for this illustration. Maybe a little excessive, but that's how it's all done. So there's that. All right. A great thing to do, honestly. I have a reference right now, and thinking twice if the pose is right for the friend I'm drawing right now. X3. Yeah, I try not to think way too much about it. What I tend to do is I just dump a huge set of poses right in front of me. So let me go back to a PureRef. So I just dump all of this right now, and at first glance, there were poses I thought would fit the most. Maybe this was a possible candidate. I was about to draw this one. I was also about to draw maybe, let's see, maybe this pose itself. That would have been another candidate. But eventually, I just simply took a step back and realized that I just like took my time, just soak it all in, and eventually I found this one that was fitting, and I just locked myself with it and just went with it. And of course, I mean, you don't have to. This is something to not like extremely overthink it, because you can always draw it again in the future. I mean, this is not like a one-time thing. So just think about that. Even like, let's say the post you did right now, you may not like it. I mean, you can always try again and just go with that. I wonder what's your opinion on challenges like Inktober. Do you want or like to participate them? I mean, I've heard of Inktober for a long time, and I would say, I mean, it's a nice idea. However, on stuff like those where it requires me to draw like daily, maybe I could do it, but unfortunately, the position I'm in right now, I can't because I have a full-time job and other responsibilities. So unfortunately, there'll be days where I can actually sit down and do said drawing, but other days I can't. Like I cannot spend like 4 or 5 hours in it. So I would like to do Inktober, but right now it's not the time. Plus, I mean, maybe it's just me being like too stubborn, but I don't like showing off like half finished work or sketches anymore. Like I don't want to show off like those, because I feel like it just devalues what I'm trying to present. Like I prefer to show like finished work, finished illustrations that are very presentable, and just go with those. But I do still like to, but I do like those monthly challenges where you do like an art trade and you have a month to do them. Those I can actually do. I've actually done it in Roll's summer challenge. I did that, and I did the missing the pencils Halloween collaboration. So I did those two. But I guess you could say the ones that gives me a generous amount of time to work on, I like those. Um, okay, the laughing does make me look makes me curious, like what you have in mind. But yeah, I know that the pencils are going to be having another collaboration drawing thing on December. The details hasn't been confirmed yet, but I would like to see what they have in mind. And when when they announce it, most likely I'll try to participate in. But let's just see how it goes. All right. Sorry. All right. No, no, no more yawning. No, I'm not tired. Whoa, what happened? Oh, Phoenix Immortal. Oh, thank you, Phoenix Immortal. Wow, I do. I can't believe the thing was it. Okay. It's Lumi. Laugh out loud. Jump scared. Well, thank you. Thank you for making me wake up. I really appreciate it. In terms of what you said earlier, I kind of like work in progress a bit, but I'm usually transitioning to make full artwork instead of just work in progress. Kind of defeats the purpose of it and surprise. Um, wow. Okay. I'll explain more later down, but we gotta get a move on. Okay, so break time's over. We're now entering round 2. Um, so in round 2, the milestone for that is I'm gonna be doing the official line art of the character. I want to get that thing sorted out. With the remaining time that I have, that's when I'm gonna start actually adding the color. So let's just see with that. So with that, let's turn things up a bit. So we're gonna do. Let's see. Let's bring in Gesaffelstein.
House of Bands, curated by Boiler Room. Coming up next is Gesaffelstein. Behind us, please make some room. Come on, guys, behind us, please make some room.
All right, once again, this is before, this is after. We can leave. All right. Okay. Let's lock this up so I don't make the mistake. Let's do that. Yeah, let's reset the timer. Okay, let's get to it. Let's make the line art. And for this, we're gonna make pure black. And with this one, I want to try and do like more of a thinner line art, compare what I did before. And just let's do size 5 for this. Yeah, because the when I did the Aikukiku close-up, that's my previous illustration. It's not bad, but I don't like the thick outlines because it doesn't give me room to actually create details. So for this version, I want to try and improve that the best of my abilities. And do less of that. Oh yeah, I'll also include this just so if you guys want to. So if you guys want to hear that on your own terms, that's the track list. I know that. Okay, I'll get your question a bit, Theodore, just in a moment, but I know a lot of artists. They tend to just do like things I could really appreciate. Oh, no problem. Yeah, I want to try and. I love these music so much, and I figured might as well just share, might as well just share the. I know that there might be some people who would like them, and I like them to actually know what songs they are, just so they don't have to go crazy and finding them on their own. But yeah, hopefully this song will help me wake me up. If the latte doesn't help, then surely this will. But I will say, Phoenix, the follow did help. Let's see. In terms, okay, let me go back to the message you said. I kind of like work in progress a bit, but I'm good stuff. Best of luck with the rest of the drawing. Thank you, and thank you for stopping by. In terms of what you said earlier, I kind of like the work in progress a bit, but I'm usually transiting to making the full artwork instead of working just work in progress. It kind of defeats the whole purpose of just surprising. Okay, so with that, so before, okay, there we go. So before, in my first phase, my first during in June up until November, I did try to do just that, where on Tuesdays I would show just sketches of what I've been doing so far. Thursdays will be finished illustrations, which would happen like once in a while. Saturdays will be just like IRL like progress, where I would show off like maybe my desk, where I was here and there, just something to show that hey, just show like an IRL moment of life of Aiko Kiku. And Sundays will be the day where I would announce my live sessions. I would do my live sessions on Tuesday, Thursdays, and Fridays, and that's how I've been operating for that period of time. While it has been decent, and of course my sketches did get some attention, I did like it, but eventually I just kind of wasn't satisfied by the overall presentation because I feel like I'm just showing off too much unfinished work, and I feel like that kind of devalues the whole thing with Aikokiku. Plus, I have like plans ahead where I do want to show off more of Aikokiku and more of the character of Aikokiku, aka me. So I figured making that change and just show off only finished illustrations, and with that, that should help. That should at least help present Aikokiku better and present the characters better. Because I feel like with sketches, I mean, it's always good to show off work in progress. Yeah, it's cool, but showing too much of it, I feel like that becomes too distracting. Of course, I would still show work in progress, but only in my server. It's so weird since my server is only stickers. Yeah, I like to get more stickers. The only stickers I've been using the most is Nanachi from the Church of Nanachi from Made in the Abyss. I feel like I've been abusing those set of stickers for too much. I love that you can upload stickers and emojis for free in your server. I'm actually considering making my own stickers for my server, but I need to find the time and um, I need to find the time to actually do that. Nanachi is really adorable. Um, I would say Nanachi is kind of my gateway into that world. I'll just say it right there. Like, I love Nanachi, and thanks to Nanachi, she guided me to light. Well, you said it. Yes, you can XD all you want. Just remember, your profile pic is Tails the Fox. um, There you go. Fine, fine. All right, just want to speed this up a little bit more because I feel like I'm kind of. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, now I feel like I'm in this position where I'm gonna have to do that. I don't like to do that because it doesn't give you much control, but um, I mean, I got to go. I got to work with the clock. I mean, yeah, I mean, I do like to keep on working, and I mean, I don't mind the time it takes to finish said illustration, but I have so many other things in queue, and um, let's see, there we go, like that. I have so many other things in queue, and I know the guy who wants this has been waiting for some time, so I want to at least get this done before the thing I've been talking about happens. I remember just one illustration I did a while back. It was an art trade with Jared Steelmeister, I think it was him. Yeah, it was his character Monty, and that took me a month to finish up. Granted, it's not like a month like all the way through, but that took me. I really went overboard with details, especially with the background. I feel the lighting could be better, but that's how much time I would have. That's how much time I would actually take on stuff like those. A month isn't too bad. All right, that's good. Well, yeah, usually I try to have my turnaround time for at least 2 weeks. That's kind of the ideal like sweet spot. Like 2 weeks. 1 week will be on the character, and the other week is the background itself. I feel like that's like the best. I feel like that's the best time range on stuff like those. Me with the record project for 3 years because well, I mean, I can help. Yeah. I mean, the best way to there we go. There we go. The best way to actually know on those is to actually just do it. Like, I get times where I don't even know where to go on illustration or stuff like that, so I just simply make things up. Like, I just simply make something silly or ridiculous, and it ends up becoming better. So the best thing to do is just simply just think what goes on top of your head and do it, and just see how it works. Because we tend to overthink our stuff at times, and usually that hinders progress. Because we tend to be very nervous or scared that said idea may not work, or it'll make the whole thing look ridiculous. But the truth is that that's kind of like that's kind of the best thing to do on those cases. Like, go like full all in and just see what works. And sure, it may not work like 100% of the time, but that's the beauty of it. Like, if it doesn't work, try something else, and just keep on doing it until you find that set idea itself. I guess that I got the idea. I guess I got that mentality is because one time I did take a class relating to graphic design like years ago, and I remember the professor came up to us and just told us saying that um, he told the entire class and said like, all right, guys, come up with a very catchy name for this logo. And when he told us on the spot, people has no idea how to name the logo because we were like too scared or we were thinking too much about it. But then he came up with the idea and says, okay, to one ways we can actually think of a name for a logo is to actually just throw ideas out there. So he made all of us go to a whiteboard and we just simply went all in. Like, we just drew all over on the whiteboard all of the names of things that came up top of our head. Like, the most ridiculous names, the most silliest name that we can think of, and we just plastered all over the whiteboard. And after 5 minutes, we just simply looked back, and we looked at each other's names, and we ended up just, we ended up finding the right one. And that's how we came up with the name. So that's kind of the same procedure when it comes to illustrations and everything creative. It's like, when you reach the point where you feel like you're kind of choked up or thinking too much, the best thing to do is just simply just have fun and just go all in and just throw ideas out there and just see what sticks. That's how I did with that's how I'm doing right now with my story, Cells, featuring also Colin, because what I end up doing is throughout my days in my shift, whether it's my break time or early in the morning, I would actually write ideas, like small ideas on my notebook, like plot points to scenarios, subplot points, those sort of things, and just see what ideas could work for Oswald Colen, the story, the outline, the synopsis, and that's like a couple of months of ideas accumulated in one. And right now, I'm actually compiling all those ideas and forming together a proper story using that idea itself. It's not perfect, it's not like fully fleshed out, but it gives me a good blueprint of how to construct the story once I start actually developing the dialogue and everything. Of course, it's right now it's like a bit of like right now the whole progress right now is like a little bit delayed because I have other things to take care of, but that's how I end up doing things. Like, I just simply just turn off my mind and just go all in. So it's best to not overthink and just do it. Because I know that it's scary it's scary, but if you can learn to not fear too much on that point, then you can actually do anything. No problem. Well, 15 minutes in, I'm still working with the hair. Yeah, let's try and speed this up a little bit more, because I feel like I'm falling behind. Of course, I can always utilize the last round on just finishing up the line art if I have to. So again, the biggest goal for today is just doing the line art and basic colors. That's the goal for today. Tomorrow I can handle the shading and the lighting, but for now, this is like the main priority. I admit that the thing I tend to mess up a lot is the eyes. Like sometimes I'll make the eyes a little too big or swished up together more than usual. So hopefully for this one I learn my lesson. Hopefully. I appreciate the kind words, Theodore. I have a hard time with eyes and pupils at times. It ruins my style. Yeah, it's like with my issue with eyes is that sometimes when in the sketch form it looks great, but when you actually digitize it, digitize it and add the colors and the shading of the eyes, you realize something was wrong and it looks kind of uncanny, and you end up feeling frustrated by the results. Um, that's what happened with the close up of Aikukiku. Is at first it looks great, but when I actually added the colors and shading, I realized I made the eyes too big and too smushed. So I had to fix that immediately before it goes public. That was the headphones. Though for me, sketches, shading, sometimes the shading makes it better. Oh, of course. I mean, shading and lighting helps make the thing itself pop. Well, of course, just make sure that the other elements beforehand, like the line art, the silhouette, and all that, is perfected before then. Because yeah, the shading and lighting does have a good amount of, does put in like a lot of work with your illustration, but you don't want them to be like your main reliability, because if your sketch or silhouette is off, people will notice and it will not look good. Come on. There we go. Yeah, I've been trying to do more. I tried what I want to try, and that is sketch, then shade with the pencil, and it seems to work with a. Yeah, that's what I did too. It's like I still do the traditional method of paper and pencil and shading. I still do it, but only when I have the opportunity to. For this one, I want to speed this up, so I just skip straight to our digital. Usually for sketching and shading, like on that face, I mostly stick to traditional method, and then transfer over and digitize it. That's how I did with Oswald Cullen. Like, there's a lot of I still do like a lot of like traditional sketching with Oswald, and I'll just digitize it later on. But in certain cases like this, I want to get a move on, so I will just go straight towards like to this. Yeah, I'm fully aware I may be a little excessive with details, but that's okay. That's the way I want it. That's good. The one thing I love about this piece, this new desktop I have, this is water cooled, so it's not using fans. So what that means is all that temperature is now internally inside the PC itself, and that makes the room itself a lot easier to breathe. Because the previous desktop I used, it was Lenovo, and with that it uses yeah. There we go. I have it up here for now, but I can always just change it later on. But yeah, the previous desktop I have, it was nothing but fans, and it's not bad. I mean, it works, but the issue is that I tend to close my door whenever I do these live sessions because for privacy and making sure that the background noise isn't picking up the mic. And the issue is that after a while, all that fan and all that hot heat will cause the room itself to be like a hot box itself. So it will go from 24 degrees Celsius all the way up to 29 degrees Celsius. And what happens is I would choke up and I will kind of suffocate from the humidity, which is not good. I do combat that with using fans and stuff, and I feel like that's been helping with the issue. But with this, I can just turn on my basic fan itself, like just a little fan on my desk, and that fixes the issue altogether. And hello, Robbie and Kotai. Nice to see you for stopping by. Wow, you two know each other quite well. Quite a small world. No, actually, I'm going to not include that. You know, for eyes, I'm not going to include the iris itself. I'm going to just leave this as is. Because I learned my lesson in my previous one, like how tough it is to adjust. I want to get home in time to join in. Oh, well, I really appreciate on doing that. We're gonna be here for like an hour and a half, or maybe two. So you came in right in time. Yeah, usually for these live sessions, I try to make it at least like 4 hours minimum. Usually I would. Usually, these live sessions will last maybe 3 to 4 hours, maybe 5. So yeah, so that's kind of the usual time span with these. And the problem. Yeah, I do try. So usually, on the regular schedule, I would make my announcements on Blue Sky or Twitter on Sundays, telling like what days I would go live. Usually it'll be Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays, and usually I will begin them in 1900 EST. That's the usual time I would go live. But for this week, it'll just be mostly today, maybe Saturday. However, as mentioned earlier, I do have someone that will show up for that will stop by for 2 weeks. So I'm not sure when. So I'm not sure if I will go live on those time periods. But again, keep a lookout on the keep a lookout on my Blue Sky or Twitter, and wait for the announcements on Sundays. So I can just that's as far I'll say. And don't worry if you let's say if you happen to miss the live sessions, don't feel bad because usually I would let's see. There it is. So I do have a YouTube channel that where I would upload all my archives. It's called Aiku Live Sessions. So in case you ever miss like one of these live sessions, I would most likely upload them to there, so you can always watch them back to back. Of course, I do try to keep the music. I do try to be very careful with my music. So if there's one of those live sessions where the audio may be edited, is because copyright things. But thankfully, I've been getting good luck with it. Only maybe one time. Yeah, only one time I had to do that. Only for one song, but for every other songs, I feel like I've been playing safe. So, hey, we're good. Long streams are best. It's good to have time to get stuck in. That's great. Of course, right now, these live sessions are just drawings and illustrations. I have watched a couple. The music is nice. Thank you. Yeah, I mentioned to Theodore earlier saying that I see like a lot of live session, like a lot of streamers. They tend to just play like I like that from dawn till dusk. Dusk till dawn. Oh, okay. Wow, you know that one. That's surprising. Yeah. So this what you're listening to is a live mixtape from the DJ Gesaffelstein. So if you scroll up, you'll see the track from that. But yeah, I was talking to Theodore earlier, saying that how every time I see like a live streamer like out of the blue, I watched that with my sister when I was 9. Dust till dawn. Like, hold up. Let me pause the timer. Hang on. Let me. What's that? Dust till dawn. Huh. I had never seen this movie. Robbie is a big dork and a dirt. Okay. Technically, we all are. So you're playing yourself. Wow. Okay. Wow, this is interesting. Thanks for the movie recommendation, Mr. Robbie. I will definitely have a look at. I'll include that in my watch list. And just for that, you get 4 more minutes of round 2. Oh, it's Mason Mooney. The first half was done by Tarantino, and the second half was directed by Robert Rodriguez. You can definitely pick up the director switch. Really? That's a unique take. Okay. I definitely I'll include that in watch list. But yeah, as I was saying, when it comes to music, it's like I see like most live streamers, they tend to just play like the most generic like lo-fi or things they found on YouTube, like Twitch live stream music, saved 100% clean, that sort of thing. And I mean, I could do that, but I don't like to. Everything that I do, from design to like element choices, I don't like everything to be last minute or half thought. I want to make sure that everything I do is intentional and the way I like it. So if it's music, like for when it comes to music, I want to make sure that it best represents Kiku and something that I do actively listen. Because, I mean, this is kind of like your space, so this is kind of like your world. So if you're building a world of Kiku, then why not just include things that best fits it, or things you actively like? Why stick to the basic stuff that everyone else uses? I don't know. That's how I see it. Like you have the opportunity to do like you have the opportunity to create something very unique and yourself. So if you have the option, might as well just go all the way. That's how I see it. All right, for this I'm going to turn it up. I know it's like I know I'll be in the server for like a couple days, but that's cool that everything gets planned out. It's aesthetic. Thank you. Yeah, that's something with me. It's like I like to make everything intentional. Like I want to have a everything that I do needs to have a reason altogether. I don't like things like being half-assed or um, like second thought because like this is my chance to actually like do something with it. So like I said, might as well go full in. Is it time consuming? Yes, it is, but I feel that the payout will be big in the end. But yeah, I was gonna say, like, I know I've been in the server for a couple days, but I feel like being a server has been a great move for me, because let's say I kind of do need to branch out a little bit more because let's just say I need to find new people because I mean the people that I'm around with are cool, but it's always good to find a new set of eyes and people you can actually potentially work with. Glad to hear that. I hope you enjoy your stay. Oh, definitely I am. Like I have been enjoying it. I'm pretty much used to chaos myself, so I feel like I'm enjoying it already. Plus, I used to be in VR chat a good amount of time. Like back when I used to have the MetaQuest 2, I used to go to VR chat a lot, and I've been through a lot of worlds. So I'm used to that sort of like madness, and I love it. Chaos control. But yeah, you're right. We need more. We needed more on servers. I mean, it helps keeps life more interesting. I'll say that. Plus, it's a lot more liberating compared to playing it safe. Because I used to be I've been there where I would be in circles or in servers or communities where everyone like is like you cannot be like full yourself or be like as crazy because the repercussion is severe. So it can be quite daunting and draining, especially like how you cannot be yourself. So it's always fun to actually just be in unique places where you can actually just do that. Because I'll just say I before I became Michael Kiku, I did had my short adventure into, let's say that, unique illustrations. How much time we got? Oh wow, 20 minutes. I still got a long way to go. All right. I'm gonna skip on the details, like the low details, for now, because I really want to get a move on with the. I want to make sure the entire character is line art is refined. So I'm gonna get straight to those. All right, cool. We're speeding up. We're speeding up. Okay. Let's have a nice curve to that. Yeah, like that. I don't want to make it like too blocky. I want to at least have some slight organic curve to that. Do you try drawing while you're looking at your hand as the ref? I do that occasionally. For the most part, I use the that software PRF I'm talking about, and just and use that as kind of the hand reference. But occasionally, if it's like possible, yeah, I do use my hand. I do like to one day get like a wooden mannequin of a hand, just so I can just pose it wherever I want and just use that. One day. Something tells me you do that a lot. Hey, there's no shame of it. No shame. I feel like that's kind of the universal thing for everyone. I feel like I made the hands like a little too long, but that's okay. I can fix that in a moment. Alright, 13 minutes. With the remaining time that I got, I'm going to just keep on getting the main pieces of the character, like the legs, the feet. That's gonna be the important part. Yeah, I must well include that curve. All right, all right. All right, 10 minutes left. 10 minutes left. Let's do this. I'll take care of the moment. Let me get let me take care of the rest. Let me take care of the rest. Whoops. There we go. Just want to fix that. Want to fix the wires so it doesn't make that noise. All right, 5 minutes left. 5 minutes left. All right, all right. For now, I'm going to do this design and just see how this works. All right, 2 minutes left. Almost got this. Thanks for the word of encouragement, guys. Cool. With the remaining time, let's take care of this part. Oh no, 10 seconds. Hang on, I have an idea. Perfect. Whoops. Hang on. I want to establish this part. Cool. All right. So here's a sketch of the boyo so far. Uh, yeah, it's coming together pretty well. I'm quite surprised. Like, granted, it's not. I didn't get everything, but we're almost there. You know what? Yeah. There you go. Yep. Wow, good timing. Okay. I'm gonna leave it there. I'll be right back. I must try the time limit thing. It looks encouraged. It looks too. Yeah, I'll get back to that. Give me 1 minute.
Underground funk, keep the crossover.
I'm back. Sorry about that. Yeah. All right. Let me just see. I was trying the time limit thing. It looks to encourage productivity. Yeah. I mean, it kind of depends on. It kind of depends like on the setting that you're doing it, because professionally, like if I'm at my all right, deep breaths. When I'm at my office, I could do it in some degree. However, some of the projects I've been doing, like I will have to take care of multiple projects and multiple things at once. So it's not like I can do it, but I have to put like, but I do what's called milestones. So each hour, I would have a very specific goal in mind. So let's say for that hour, I would, let's say, answer the emails, to design some graphics for some person, archive some footage for that hour itself, take the 15-minute, and then come back. Of course, this is more my fault, where I have a tendency to have like 4 or 5 hours of sleep, and that leaves me sleep deprived. And I mean, I think you can get the idea, like I think you can get the idea where when you're sleep deprived, you aren't as focused, and you tend to be like very like out there. But I do try to keep myself disciplined to ensure that everything I do is done in place. But with live sessions like this one, the time limit does help, because it does help me keep myself in check, and at least have like a goal in mind for each hour. That way I feel like I'm productive and everything's done in time. Because if I just do the drawing like place through, I could do it, but I would feel rather grumpy and kind of emotional in some way. And in certain cases, I would drag on certain elements more than I should. So I would definitely do try it out and to see how it goes. Plus, I mean, it's always good to keep yourself structured and organized in that degree, because to me, I have to make sure everything is like all in order, everything's like really like set in place, because without it, I would feel rather lost, and I don't feel happy when everything's in chaos. Like I have to ensure everything's planned out and in order before I do said thing.
I think we deserved one more from him. What do you think, Mike?
I figured,
One more? Come on, do you want one more?
so with the 4 minutes we have, I'll say this before the last song is played. Um, I do have a Discord server. I do, and it's still kind of walled off at the moment. But for this opportunity, with the people who are still live here that are active here, um,
Voice noise. Brodinski.
if you are interested, you can DM me right now, and after the session, I can invite you into my server. There you'll have access to all of my sketches, my archives. You get to see more of me, and you also get to see other like future stuff that are not yet released to the public. So if you're interested, DM me saying you're interested in the server, and I'll send you an invite. Um, but yeah, in my workplace, I mean, I do have some leniency because I'm like the only man in my department, and I can do essentially whatever I want. Um, but yeah, there are times where if I'm very sleep deprived, I have a tendency to just browse on YouTube longer than I should, and I'll get very distracted very easily, which is not good. For today, I'm going to try, and I'm so tempted, but I feel bad not being active when this. Don't feel bad. I mean, a lot of people. I got a decent amount of people in my server, and a small handful are active there. So don't feel bad if you're not like 100% active in there. Plus, I mean, I use my server as a way to store all of my work in progress and stuff like that. So, yeah, I usually can't function. Yeah, um, I used to do very well in my back in my previous job. I used to work from 8:30 to 9 a.m. and leave at 11 p.m. and I would sleep for like 4 or 5 hours. My face is like um, I really do try to sleep better. But yeah, I tend to sleep like 4 or 5 hours, and it's not good. So lately, I've been trying to. I really do try to actually get better sleep, so I can actually get a lot of things done. Um, I like a structured home. Sees, yeah, that's something that's with me too. It's like I have to have like some task with me, whether it's like written or my Sony PDA or whatever, just at least so I can do the said task. Because without it, I'll just be yeah, I will just feel like a disaster. Like I would laze around in bed or do other things rather than the tasks I'm supposed to do. So and thankfully I've been able to fix some things in my life. Like I added some filters on my browser and my phone so I'm not as distracted as before. Like I literally have no social media platforms on my phone, and on my browsers I put heavy filters on YouTube. YouTube is the biggest thing. It's like my biggest issue with. For every other platforms, I don't mind it too much. Like I barely use them. It's YouTube is the one I have the most problem with. So I just added filters to ensure that I don't get lost into the recommendation hole or any of the sorts. So that's how I managed to combat it. It's just this little things that
Thank you.
it's just this little things that helps you encourage you to be productive. Plus, the if you reduce the amount of distractions and extreme dopamine level like stuff, you can reserve that to things that matters the most, like drawing or maybe your profession, some of that. So that's something to keep in mind. Okay, so this is the end of round two. Before we get to round three, I'll do the usual shout outs and people who are still sticking around. So Robbie and Kotai and Theodore Maximilian. Appreciate you too for still sticking around. Um, okay, so we're entering round three. So with round three, this is going to be the last round for today. I want to finish up the line art, and I'm going to do some basic colors of the character itself. If I have some extra time, then I'll do some shading. And less sneezing. Um, all I have to do is just fix some bits, add some details of the line art, and I can just do the color right there. So that's the plan for today. So let's get right to it. Tomorrow I'm gonna keep on working on it, but I'm not sure. I don't think I might do it under my own time, or I might do it under exclusive. I might do it under my server or the other server. Who knows? But enough talking. Let me switch songs. So let's go with let's see. What am I in the mood for? No. Almost. Hang on, guys. Techno? No. Where's that song? Hang on, guys. There's a specific track I want to grab. BGM. There you are. Okay, so this last song that I'm choosing, this is part of my childhood in some way. Thank you, TYT. I'll DM you, ask you. Okay, cool. Um, So this last song, this is part of my my childhood in some way. Uh, I love this song so much, and I will occasionally play this once in a while. So this is MRT Rave from 2006. All right, all right, all right. So that's out. Timer back up. And all right, let's get to it. Let's finish this up. Yeah, if you can't tell, I'm a big fan of electronic music. But yeah, with the server itself, do expect. So far, the server itself, everyone's friendly, everyone's nice. We do have some sussy moments here and there, so keep a lookout on that. But yeah. All right, let me fix this part because it looks like it's like a little bit off. Yeah, that makes more sense. And I'll type this. So this last track, you cannot find it on YouTube. So there's a website called Free Techno Music, something like that, if I remember correctly, and that's how you're able to get it. Because how I got this song was actually pretty interesting. A while back, this is like in 2012 and 2011. At the time, a lot of the tools to actually get music online isn't as accessible as today. I mean, sure, you do get like those websites where you can get download free music like here and there. One way it's easy, but the other way it's not. But this song, I remember listening to it on some obscure website. I'm not sure where. I just typed in rave music and this popped up. But I love the song so much that I ended up using like in-screen audio recorder to let the music play all the way through, and that's how I've been able to listen through it. The website itself is long gone, and God bless to the person who made that website that archives a lot of the vintage techno music, because that opens the doors of a lot of other tracks I can be playing on for future live sessions. So there's that to look forward to. Gonna eat for now and charge headphones. Hope to catch back. All right, cool. Be safe. I'll be around here for one more hour, so just let you know. Yes, num num num. But yeah, I remember my earlier days. I used to listen to nothing but electronic music, from techno to gabber. This is before everyone knew about those genres here. Um, like nowadays, everyone knows about gabber, everyone knows about hardcore techno and stuff like that. But back then, it's like kind of unheard of. Um, you may find some people, but they're like very very small. So it's kind of cool that to see that today, everyone like today's kids will able to have this opportunity to share more and explore more into these songs than I did back then. Because back then I was lucky to find some on YouTube, and usually most of the songs are available on Europe, especially the rave parties. Which one of these days I would love to go there. I know they now host them on America, so one of these days I might book a ticket and have fun.
Rhythmic movements in unison with others prolong an act of sensation with no limits or boundaries. Eternity is past. Wrong is right.
Alright, that's in. Yeah, all I have to do now is just add in the wrinkles, the creases, and the eyes. I'll take care on the coloring phase because I don't want to do too much on the line art phase. They seem to be quite good for concentration, honestly. I like background music, but I usually listen too much to conscious rap and lose myself in those sauce lyrics. Yeah, that's with me. It's like I do listen to background music. I do listen to music while I'm at my shift at my office. Um, to me, I listen to mostly instrumental music because those help me concentrate the most. Usually, I listen to like Adult Swim, uh, trip hop music. That's mostly beats. I listen to barber beats like Haircuts for Men. I will listen to ambient music like Aphex Twins and occasionally some lo-fi like here and there. Those are the type of songs I tend to listen to. But usually if it's like a song with lyrics or it's like very extreme songs, like with a lot of like high energy, it makes me way too distracted. I would sometimes watch like live sessions, like live streams of like like for example like SpaceX launch sequence to maybe like about the news with John Oliver or those people, but I've been trying my best not to do those as much because what happens is I tend to get way too distracted by what they're saying, so I try to avoid those as much as I can. I try to just limit what I watch so I can maximize my time in the office and get a lot of things done. Because to me, I find myself very distraught if I distracted myself and knowing that I could have done more. So I try to do that. But I do appreciate Robbie. I may post it on the work in progress in the Shonen server, but I don't want to spam too much in the work in progress, so I'm not sure. Let me know if that's something worth doing, or just wait till the final product. I feel bad at losing time when I extend conversation with people and work them. Yeah, I still get that to this day. It's mostly coming from my previous job at a startup company, where every second in that job counts. Like, I will get yelled at if I talk to my coworker for like more than 5 minutes. Like, that's how severe they are when it comes to those situations. Like, they try their best to optimize time and productivity and output from people the best they can. Like, they want to maximize people's like time and money with it. So that's why. So that was kind of the environment I used to be in. Like, every second has to be analyzed, every second has to be calculated, and every time I complete a task with set time, they would keep telling me, what can you do to double the output with this time? So they're always seeking to maximize and increase productivity and results by that. I mean, I get it, it's a startup company and it does do that, but it's just that I feel like this is not the best time to really say it, but let's just say the environment of that place was kind of, I guess you could say, cultish, because the people who I used to work with are distant from reality, and there are a lot of things they say that I really don't agree with. So let's say working for them was very, very draining, and I'm glad I got out of it. But yeah, I would say when I transitioned, when I was transitioning to my current job, which is public sector, let's just say adjusting my startup mentality to with them has been rough at first, because I will work from 7 to 3. That's my shift time, and occasionally I would stay until 5 p.m. just to maximize my output and maximize my time. Let's just say my supervisor told me to calm the fuck down and actually just don't work too much. And thankfully now I've officially loosened up, and now I'm able to relax a bit. But still, a part of me still doesn't like to be too lazy or be too distracted. I still like the idea of being successful and being like very productive, but I now have this balance of not working too much and actually getting the work done. I will appreciate that kind of time focus on work. Yeah, I do. I still do try. Uh, Startups can be like that with the desire for success. Oh, I mean that's definitely true. I mean it's a startup, so you do have a very low amount of resources, and you're encouraged to do multiple things at once. I mean, I can only say a bit now because it's like too detailed, but I will say is I began as a content director for them, like producing content for our social media and YouTube and stuff like that. That's how I began. But eventually, I've been told to do other tasks, like work with virtual staffs as a manager, to assist them working at some stores at the boardwalk, two different types of boardwalks. Like I will have to manage the temporary employees there. I have to deal with warehouse inventories. Like I have to actually order them in, put them in the system, and put them in the warehouse themselves. I got to deal with shipping. Like I got to do like a lot more things than I would have normally done. And sure, it keeps things exciting. Don't get me wrong, but that sort of like time pressure and having them bring down your neck on ensuring that you get things done like 100%, like 100, like 200% can be draining and very time pressuring. Like I have never felt the amount of stress at all before I work with them. But yeah, um, but again, I'm very glad with my current position because, on one hand, yeah, it is the public sector, so people tend to be a lot more laid back and it's a lot more cushy. But even then, I do try to push myself and try to at least make something interesting, just for my sanity, and I encourage people to just to make things interesting. Because if I don't like if I do the same thing over and over and over again, I will go insane. So again, I like the mix between structure and ensure that I know what I'm doing, but at the same time, I do like to experiment and I do like to get a little more creative with when I have the opportunity to. But yeah, I do love my job and I'm quite happy with where I'm at. And thanks to my job, I've been able to have some free time to do this. Because in my startup, I didn't have the opportunity. Um, I would actually I said it earlier where I would work from 7 a.m. like 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. and I would do that 6 days a week. So that's like 70 hours a week of work time. And I can say this now because my NDA expired last year, so I can say whatever I want. But yeah, that's the level of intensity I used to deal with. But I feel like it does help me a lot on where I'm at right now because that job did show me that I'm capable of doing it, and that work ethic helps me where I'm at. It does help me on fueling my my passion, which is Aikukiku. And granted, this is I've been Aikukiku for 1 year, so I'm still like a bit of a newbie to most people. Um, but I would say last year was mostly just understanding the flow and understanding what I want as Aikukiku, and now I can make some cool stuff for this year. Oh yeah, crazy hours. They would have put me 7 days. I'm glad you pulled something positive out of this. Yeah, it did take me a while to realize that because in when the day when I officially left the place, I I outright despise the people that operate that company, and I was rather negative. There's a lot more story behind that, but we can say that for another time. But eventually, I reflecting it back, I did feel like grateful in some way. Like, I can now appreciate what I used to do back then. I still will not. I will still not agree with everything what they say, and I'm not a big fan of who they are. But I can at least understand where they're from. I mean, if you want some insight about the kind of people they are, let's just say they just bought a Cybertruck, and they use that truck as like a promo on buying real estate houses. So that's your insight of the kind of people they are. Real estate and Cybertrucks. Yeah, that if you want a definition of a tech bro, that's your example right there. And yes, yes, and yes. Um, when I used to work for them, they did talk a lot about NFTs and crypto, and they were actually considering of getting me involved with the whole thing. Um, and yes, the founder, he's an Elon and Jeff Bezos dick sucker. So yeah, it shows you the kind of person that he is. I mean, granted, in my defense, I will say this: I I am slowly appreciating what Elon and Bezos are doing when it comes to space exploration and pushing humanity forward. That I can accept and that I can approve of. But for everything else, I do not. That's what I'm gonna say in that part. What they do is largely for them. They could do more for others with all these resources. I mean, honestly, if you ask me, that's kind of true, but I can tell you this. One day, I mean, to tell you, like, the kind of people they are, like, how paranoid they are, one time I was ordered to go to the boardwalk. I cannot tell you the name of the boardwalk, but it's a resort boardwalk, very famous for in my area. But I was ordered to be in this phone repair stand for one day because they were short staffs, and the so just to make things easier, the founder, we're gonna call him Mr. M, and his business partner, we're calling Mr. P. Mr. P, the business partner, he told. No, I'm sorry. The day when I went to the phone stand, I got a call from Mr. M, and he told me, um, like, yo, Aiko, I'm so fucking pissed that I don't have much control about this place. But I want to let you know that if anyone outside of your place talks about your business, tell them that they don't deserve to know anything about that. We worked so hard, and they should not leech from us. So essentially, he was trying to fearmonger me. Fear It's kind of like us against the world kind of mentality. Like it's all about him and the company. That's all what he cares about. So essentially, I'm technically not allowed to talk to anyone, like any other people around the mall, like the coworkers or the other people who runs the stores. And when it comes to customers, I'm ordered to talk very cold or anything else besides the business. And whenever the headquarters that I work at is in the warehouse, and we'll occasionally get some people like shareholders or possible interns or people interviewing for jobs, and I will be ordered by Mr. M saying that whenever they come in, hide your screen and make sure they don't see everything what you do, and because they don't deserve to know what we do. Like that's the level of paranoia they have. Like they want to conceal everything from the world because he believes that everyone's like out to get us, everyone's about to leech from us. So he has this sort of mentality from that. I'll just I know I keep saying the word, but if you meet Mr. M in public, you'll see him as like kind of chill and kind of like very laid back and kind of cool. I mean, that's the public side. But if you ever meet him in the inside the warehouse, he can be quite something. Like he will yell at you and will not care. Like um like even as simple as analyzing or want to know about what the warehouse is, it's a very stressful like a very stressful thing. Like instead of him saying, like for example, let's say in the shipping department, like there's a bunch of unshipped boxes. I mean, usually a normal person will just say, "Hey, what's with those boxes?" Or "Can you explain to me what's wrong with those boxes?" I mean, that's what most people will say. But for him, he'll just come up to you and just says, "What's this?" Straight to your face, and you have to answer him directly, otherwise he will rip you to shit. And he told me that one time, Mr. M, he told me, "Yo, Aiko, um, I, tell me, whenever someone tells me about what's going about a situation on their part, what do you think I'll do to them?" And I responded to Mr. M saying that you'll just listen and you'll just hear what they say. And then Mr. M just snapped at me and just told me, "No, I will peel all their bullshit and I will break them down to ensure that just to get the truth. And I'll keep doing that until and if they do speak the truth, then they should be able to answer they should be able to answer it confidently." Like essentially really interrogate and really break down people to ensure that no one is lying or it's a weird thing. Essentially, do your work, be honest and open, and you have to speak very directly to the person. Otherwise, you'll get called out. Oh, and also, oh, hi Charlie, nice to see you here. Uh, yeah, and it just adds more stress to the environment. It kind of is, and it's kind of the reason why we have a very high turnover rate. Um, some people wouldn't even last a week for the position we're at. And the issue is that with this sort of like management that he has, at one hand, it does help filter out the people that do legitimately want to work there. But on the other, I feel like it's hurting them more than it helps because one of the employees that we tend to manage to get was actually a pattern maker from Hong Kong, and he is very good at resource like grabbing materials for garments and knows like the right factories to get pattern making and stuff like that. So it's really good in that. But instead of giving him the position that he wants, like what he's asking for, instead they had him doing some warehouse work, just because Mr. P, he told me, we all want the position we have, but that's ego. We all need, in order to get something we want, we have to get something we don't. We have to do something we don't like, by essentially making us do things beside the job that we want to do. And as a result, that employee, his spirit and his motivation has dipped dramatically to the point that he kind of resigned after a month. So we lost him. But he doesn't care. Mr. M told me, I remember when I used to have like virtual staffs under my belt, he'll tell me, "Yo, Aiko, I don't care if you have to go through like 20 different employees. There'll be another employee coming out your door and wanting your work." So essentially, he doesn't care if I fire like 20 people as long the person does the job. And let's just say it doesn't help, because when you're at that point when you're essentially begging college interns to work for you, and you send out 50 invites a day, yeah, it's not a good sign. That's just sifting through people to find someone to set. I guess you could say that, because I remember them saying, I'm gonna lower this. I'm gonna lower the music for a bit, just so, because I feel like it's not helping the situation. I know I was like a little sappy. I do apologize for that. I mean, I could stop if you want. What I so One ways they told me about that is this. Mr. M, he told me that he wants people that doesn't have an ego. That's his excuse. Like, he wants people that are very motivated and don't mind to work under a good amount of hours. Essentially, what he said is he wants people he doesn't have an ego, because they can essentially do what they want, and because of that, if they're able to do the work, he will take care of them. So what he ends up doing is he'll end up just a large amount of the people that works for Mr. M are usually young people from college, some from high school, and some are in like their mid-20s. So I have, at the time I worked for them, I was kind of like a bit of like slightly in the older section, but yeah, a majority of them are like very young because they don't know better. And I remember Mr. P told me how he told me that I remember him telling me that how college kids are like very privileged and they have a lot of ego, and he jokes about like how like he doesn't want to hire like college people because they have too much of an ego to work for us. But in this company we all came from nothing and we work so hard and we don't have ego, that sort of thing. And Mr. M, one night at midnight, he would actually come to me and he just talks about this weird shtick, saying like how Allah is like he talks to him about like how I'm the chosen one, like I'm destined to be here, that sort of thing. Yeah, Mr. M is a Moroccan, and in case you're wondering, and he really talks to me about like that, and he actually, Mr. M told me how my family will never understand the kind of business we make, the kind of success we have, essentially telling me that I had to put he told me I could put the work with my mind, but if my heart isn't in it, then I wouldn't go as far. essentially he told me that I need to put everything in my line for the company to succeed, essentially devoting my life to them. I knew it was kind of bullshit from the beginning, but I just kept fighting through it. I mean, to really hammer on the idea, they managed to get one person who was about to be working for Amazon as like a manager, like a high-end manager, and he did his like usual presentation meeting with us, and he went around the room and saying like, "What motivates you in this company?" And everyone had their answer, but when he came to me, I just stood there and I couldn't think of an answer. But because at the time, I had no motivation on working for Mr. M. Like all my motivation has been drained away by the work I've done. So it's a lot of things. And one last thing is, they were really they're really planting the idea in my head, saying that in 1 year when I worked for them, I would be able to buy a house. Like they want me to get into the real estate business. So they told me in 1 year I'm going to be buying a house. And I remember they told me that I'm going to pause the timer for a moment just so I can finish this part. I'm gonna stop this for a moment. I'll just I'm very glad this never happened, because if this happened, I wouldn't be here. But one to I worked for the company. I worked for them for 7 months, but they told me that in month 12, if I worked for them for 1 year as a full timer, they would have me get into the real estate business. And with that, that means they will help me through on the process of buying a house, and I will essentially learn how to be a real estate guy myself and essentially buy houses and all that jazz. Of course, I don't want to do any of that. Like I don't like the idea of it, and I find the whole practice very scummy. But they keep playing the idea in my head multiple times. And I knew that if I bought a house from them, that's it for me. Essentially, I will sign my life away for them. Let's just say it took a lot of pressure from people outside the company to convince me to leave. And the day when I resigned, it was like the most liberating thing I had dealt with. Let's just say, yeah, then you have to be in deep and locked in. Exactly. Like if I bought that house, and to tell you, like Mr. M, he told me a story that how his business partner, Mr. P, actually bought a house, and he told me that, do you know what Mr. P did? And Mr. M just told me Mr. P just signed a lease to a house, and he didn't even read the papers because he trusts me so much. So if you want the idea of like how slaved they are, like how much they're so devoted, that right there. But yeah, again, I'm very glad that situation never happened, and and yeah, it's kind of I can't imagine where I would be if I did that, but I would say it wouldn't end well. I'm going to end it with that because I don't want to make this too dramatic and too sad. But that's as far I'll say on this whole thing. I'm going to end the discussion about that job, about that previous job. Um, I feel like maybe later I'll tell more stories, but that's as far as I'll go. But that's all tale. It wasn't a good time, but I got out of it, and here I am. So, story over. Let's let's all of us take a deep breath. All right, everyone's all good. All right. All right, let's shift to something more positive. Let's bring the music back, and let's see. Let's go productions. Let's tune this back to 30 minutes. Let's give ourselves more time. All right, let's do this. And sure thing. Let's talk about hot dogs. I have to know a thing or two about them. Because I'm from Austria? Oh, right. I think we all do. Austria's capital is called Wien in German. What about Schnitzel? Oh, no, no, no! Okay. Sorry, guys. Program crashed. All right, good. Not. All right, good. There we go. Let's save this. I apologize for the sudden outburst. Don't worry, guys. I'm going to transition away from Photoshop sometime in the future because Adobe. You know, that's the first time I've experienced a crash of Adobe live. No, not really. I didn't lose any progress. Alright, friends, bring the timer back up. There we go. Alright, this next song will be a little cringe, but just bear with it. In case you're wondering, he's talking about cats. Yes, Shirley. Cats. That's the only song in this. That's the only song in this mixtape that I do not approve of. At the time, this is from the Dust Till You. Really? That's from Dusk Till Dawn? How many samples this movie got? You know, it's funny. Like I listened to a lot of like Gabber and hardcore techno, and they do sample a lot of movie scenes and lines. And when I go out and actually watch the movie, and when I hear that one line, it's like, oh my god, I listened that song. I listened more of the song than the actual movie itself. Dude is shouting that out front on the very question of Mexican Park.
Alright, pussy, 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 come on in, pussy lover. Here at the Titty Twister, we're slashing pussy in half. Give us an offer on our best selection of pussy. This is a pussy blowout. Alright, we got white pussy, black pussy.
Well, I'm glad you're here, Robbie, to uncover the mystery. Yeah, I'm gonna pull you in on every live session, and for every
To the future, I see a day far away, but I do see a day where we can get it together if we don't blow this shit up sooner. I've been on that insane chemical before.
from now on, I'm gonna pull you in from every live session I'm making, and I want you, Robbie, to identify every sample that has been played. I got a Cat Fox hybrid persona. I remember telling that. I remember speaking to that with DEMONDRA, and he told I did say to myself that if I were a furry, I would be a cat or a bunny, and he just told me why not both. So, yeah, if you want your answer, I'm a cat bunny. Everyone here is in need, except me, especially. Oh. I mean, I like cats and bunnies. No, you know what? There you go.
I've been on that insane chemical before.
The beats are strong. The beats are strong. The beats are strong. Check the beat.
I better not shorten cat. Yeah, it's best you don't. I tried. Ah, thank you. I mean, I'll just... Wouldn't that just be a bat? Oh. Well, I mean, if you're gonna do that, Theodore, I can return the favor and draw one of your characters. I mean, I still got a bunch of other people art traits I gotta take care of, but I'm open to the idea. Alright, what's wrong with this thing? Alright, that's all in. Let's pull in... I'm going to be using the colors of this one. Yeah, I'm only using this just to get the colors. That's all I'm doing. Yeah, the colors feel slow out of place, but I can always adjust that later on. Let's have it a little bit more brighter. I don't like absolute black. Okay.
So we want to clear the air and let you all know what time of day it really is. And it goes a little something like this.
Doing this for the MCs and DJs. Doing this for the underground massive. Doing this for the MCs and DJs. Doing this. Come on.
All right, 17 minutes left. I just want to just color basic colors of the character. That's all I want.
So we want to clear the air and let you all know what time of day it really is. And it goes a little something like this. Come on.
Underground massive.
Yeah, let's do that.
Make some noise for Neo Fight. Clap your hands for RDC. Move your feet for Headbanger. Bang those heads for Rob G. Make some noise for Ralph Mac. Clap your hands for PCP. Move your feet for Lenny D. Bang those heads for Master Guest. Make some noise for DJ Paul. Clap your hands for Dream Team. Move your feet for Trackton Records. Bang those heads for DEMONDRA Records.
13 minutes left. 13 minutes left. Okay.
Okay?
Ah, okay.
Okay?
Yeah, all I gotta do is just get the coloring of the jeans, the hair. I'm gonna take care of the eyes for last. If I go over time, if I hit the time limit, I'm going to conclude the live session, but I might still do it in my own time. Because I want to at least complete this milestone before the end of the day. Yeah, it's always removing these artifacts is the one that takes the most time. Let's see. Yeah, that works. Let's see, let's see. I want to try to have this at least a different shade of black. Like, I don't want to keep it... I don't want to, like, have it consistent. So, I'm going to try and do this. I'm going to give it, like, a bit of a navy blue touch. No. Yeah, kind of like that. Just so it's like a slight different shade of black. Because usually, even if you have like a black shirt and black jeans, it's always a different shade. Sometimes it's like a little hue of like purple, green, blue. So I want to make sure that's established here, because unless it's like made by the exact same brand and material, it's nearly impossible to get that same shade of black. You're good, you're good. The coloring, we're getting there. It's so weird how much change a drawing is with monitors. How much change a drawing is? Um, I think what you mean by the drawing looks different with monitors. I mean, if you're talking about that, I mean, I can answer that. I had a better one. Now that I had a good one, the lighting is so off. Yeah, that's the thing with monitors. It's like every monitor that's designed, it has like a different spectrum of colors and calibration. Like for example, gaming monitors tends to have more of a contrast feel. So when you play games, the colors pop out a little bit more, and it's a lot more like shades of black to emphasize darkness. But if you have like a generic like $20 monitor from Dell, the colors will be blown out and washed out. I mean, I can tell you from experience is that I used to do like in the very beginning when I take drawing seriously, like 3 years ago. I first did it on my 2012 Sony Vaio, and the screen on that isn't the best. The colors are a little washed out, and the colors isn't accurate. So when I upload my artwork on Discord, when I looked at my phone, it looks completely different than the one on my Sony Vaio. So I had to actually plug an external monitor just to get the colors more accurate. I mean, if you ask me, if you're like a designer or that produces like videos and do like a lot of color correction, then it's ideal to get a monitor that is dedicated on just that. There do exist monitors that is dedicated just for designers, and the color calibration is made just for that. Like it's made to have the colors accurate as you can. It's kind of the same reason like when you produce music, you want to get yourself like reference monitors like Sennheisers or Sony like EDRs. You don't want to start producing or mixing music using Beats by Dre, because it may look good in your end, but when it's being played by like a speaker by someone else, it won't sound as accurate. So I would suggest if you have the money and you're able to save up, then definitely do invest in something like that. Okay, I know time is up. I want to take care of the hair and the eye. I want to just take care of the hair, this part, and we'll wrap it up for now. I may do like a little bit more on VC, but yeah, I just want to take care of this. I want to try to get like much as I've done right now, so by tomorrow I can just take care of like the basic stuff. I'm gonna make the I'm gonna make the hair color and the ears the same color, and just see how that goes. I can always just add in a different shade if I have to. I've never done this before, so this will be interesting.
Two become as sides of a coin. Whence dragon and warrior join, the whole transcends the parts. Behold the dragon stone. Once lost, it has been found. Soul shadow joins its mate, and bones to dust are ground. That's quite a challenge, you know. Listen carefully. You'll find it within the enchanted barrier, along with a war giant and the bones of my dragon.
Don't move. Try to be still. Don't move.
Oh, that was easy. No! Oh, come on. Sorry guys, it crashed again. I mean, it's been happening more. I mean, this didn't happen in my previous PC. This has been happening like recently. I'm guessing it might be doing something with the files. Like, I need to find out what's going on because this should not be happening. Could be i9 instability, maybe because like I need to find out what's going on because this is kind of unacceptable. Because I mean, I'm not really pushing the machine that much when it comes to what I'm doing. Yeah, I'm gonna keep. Yeah, let me just. I don't have to do much in here, so. I figured. I know we're working overtime. I just want to just take care of this part like right now before I do anything else. Well, I'm not like that mad about it because I mean this is a new PC and I'm still learning. Like they messed up the voltage regulation 9913 causing crashes. Oh, okay. Yeah, that might be a problem. I mean, I can look up and see. I'll catch up with you and try to see. Okay. I mean, I'm open to VCs, so if we have to go to that, I mean, I'm open to the idea. Um, I thought they fixed that. Hmm. I mean, it's good that I would consider this live session like a full-on comeback yet, because I mean, this is a nice way for me to test out the machine and see how well it stabilizes. I wonder if it's the Windows. I mean, it could be it, because when I first got this PC and when I began working on it, the PC would crash every like 20 minutes, and it'll reset constantly. But I fixed the issue by turning off the auto update, the auto scan from the security system, and that fixes the crashing issue. So with this, I'm guessing could be the update, or maybe maybe I need to update Adobe to fix the issue. But I mean, that again, I can discuss this more I can discuss this more through VC, but for now, this is just like speculation at the moment. They did, but with BIOS update. Yeah, I can, let's see, system. I mean, I can tell you this. This is the PC that I'm using right now. Yeah, I'm just speeding this up. Let's see. Let's give it kind of like that for right now. It's a temporary thing. right, I'm almost done with this part, but yeah. Before I go, I'll just say this: if you're interested on joining my Discord server, feel free to DM me. Okay, so just in case if there's anyone watching the archives of this, this is only live on this moment right now. If you're listening in the archives, I'm sorry. But yeah, at this very moment, if you're interested in joining the Discord server of Aikokiku, definitely message me through a Discord, and I'll give the link to it. I'm not yet ready to release it to the public, but for now, this is just invite only. So if you're interested, let me know, and I'll have you in. In the meantime, when it comes to future live sessions, usually I would make the announcements on Sundays. However, for now, I'm not sure if, like I said, there's gonna be someone that will be visiting this Saturday, and he's gonna be there. He's gonna be here for 2 weeks, so it's gonna be unlikely I'll be available to do this stuff. But I'll make the announcements on Sundays if it's possible. So just something to keep in mind. But yeah, that's kind of the updates I have at the moment. But until then, we're just gonna finish this piece up. I might finish up the eyes through VC, but yeah, that's kind of where we're at right now. I mean, technically, I had completed what I need to do, which is coloring, completing the line art and refining the overall look. Like, I did refine the line art and I did add the colors, so I did the majority of what I need to do on this, which is good. Okay. That's it for now. I'm gonna hop into the VC maybe soon to take care of the eyes. But yeah, this is the progress we have so far. Not too bad what we got in the moment. But hey, I did a good amount of progress. So by tomorrow, I can just take care of doing the finishing touches, add lighting, shading, and that'll be it. So yeah. I'll just make sure this is saved. There we go. And I'll probably export the progress so people can view it. So there's that. But yeah, I thank you all for stopping by for today's session. It has been quite fun. And it's nice to be back on doing this stuff once more. Let's see. I'm not sure why it's not letting me export. That's kind of concerning. Huh. That's weird. Okay, so it does that, but why is not... Okay, now... Okay, let me conclude this before I move on. Alright, thank you all so much for stopping by. It's been great. But yeah, I'll try to get this completed before Friday or tomorrow or Saturday. But yeah, it's been fun doing these sessions, and I do hope to do more of these in the future. So until then, have a good night, guys.